And yeah, how's everyone doing today? What you up to? I really want to finish these slides up a bit. Maybe even do like a recording. We don't need to do the recording today, though. We do need to think about what we're going to do next. Probably Vexilla stuff. I'm not sure what, though. The slide presentation, etc.? Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be for some sponsored content for Highlight.io. That's also the call I had yesterday to discuss the plans and like the timeline and some of those things. Yeah, the video will be over on their YouTube, which I'm fine with. I like that idea. But yeah, I'd say we got enough in the collector right now. Studying for an interview. Ooh, yeah, what you studying? Ooh, and yeah, the Next.js part. We don't care about the collector. This is where we left off. We left off on the actual like Next.js integration part of things. So I need to find that code. Data structures and algorithms in Go, basically working your way through Prime's front-end master's course. Nice. Yeah, Go is one of those languages that's really good to do like data structures and algorithms with, because you're no longer like, you know, you don't have to worry about the memory leak issues of C or C++. You don't have to worry about the garbage collect or the borrow checker in Rust. It's got most of the utilities you would expect and need. Technically, Python is the cheat code for data structures and algorithms. But yeah, Go, I think, is really like a great second choice, just because of the strength of the standard library. I wouldn't actually reach for JavaScript in many cases, unless that's what the job is doing. Now, again, I am comfortable enough with JavaScript that I do reach for it. But if I were more comfortable with Python, I'd do all, you know, hacker rank and blah, blah, blah stuff with Python. Because it's a cheat code. Especially like the list comprehension stuff. So good. But yeah, Go's standard library really does just give you enough of the basics that you can do any of that stuff that you need. There you go. Yeah, on platforms like LeetCode. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yep. Yeah, I can understand that. That makes sense to me. Ooh, so what I have in this outline so far is missing the Next.js stuff. I didn't take great notes for that. So we should go look at what we've done with the Next.js code. And I think for that, we should probably just fire up Next.js's docs about this. Yes, let's just fire out the notes first. Right, experimental warning. Vercel Hotel. Let's look at custom. Let's call it manual. Yeah, okay. I mean, let's go check real quick. I think his was part of the free preview, but maybe it's just part 1? Looks like, nah, full access. Yeah, I could have sworn his was like the free one, but maybe not. It's probably worth it to pay for it, though. How much does it cost? That is pretty spendy. Yeah, I'd say for $39 a month, right? For 40 bucks, it's probably worth it just for some prep. Yeah. I don't think the yearly is worth it. Because you're going to spend a lot of time not using it at that point. So I would say instead focus on like paying for it for a month at a time. Canceling, then signing back up again when you actually need it again. That'd be my recommendation. But yeah, could be worth it. me look at this real quick. Oh, you just had to log in? Oh, perfect. There you go. Yeah, I think his, like, part 2 might be something you'd have to pay for. I'm not sure, though. Okay, so I definitely want to try and shout out config steps. That'll be a bit more. Another part we want to care about is right, dev environment. I know, there you go. Right, works with your own collector as well. Do they have a good example of that? Oh. Hold on, no. Works on Vercel or self-hosted. Right, so then custom spans. That's another important bit. Where do we see the register function? Okay, so then, yeah, automatic spans. I think the custom attributes part is more relevant next. Right? We'll add those. So then these default spans, right? do I actually want to structure these, right? We got these three, sure. Oh, and there's actually a bunch more of these. Oh, that's a huge list of them. Okay. So maybe custom attributes go first. Man, I think this would actually make a good talk for React Summit or JS Nation. Yeah. Yeah, when we have a good version of this set up, I think that'll be pretty good. So then, yeah, at the bottom of this, they just end it with that stuff. Okay. What's up, Krasner? Yeah, so this is actually super short, but I think right, experimental warning, instrumentation. This is more like register. Right, so then inside of register, there's stuff with side effects. Right, so it calls it in all environments. Wrap things that are env specific. And then finally, the last little bit is really just side effects. Okay, so I think we've got a pretty good section for this. Right, this is our basic outline of it. We need to now go turn this into slides. I don't think there's anything else specific that we want to do, but I actually want to do something here. Client setup might actually be proper anyway. Hold on, I did that wrong. Okay. So actually, let's start doing that part now. And yeah, what are you up to, Krasner? Mr. Sir. And yeah, Ghost, I hope I shouted out the follow. Thank you. It's a non-technical week for you, so just vibing and lurking. Hell yeah. So this Next.js slide, I think I actually want to add one for... Hold on. So this server setup part actually is the Next.js part. It really was. Why is it doing that, though? Whatever. We don't need that last one. Here's the thing, though. All right, yeah. Yeah, some of these may end up disappearing here. So I think it does fit within the Next.js slide that we got going. All right, so transition fade out there, transition fade out there. Warning. Warning experimental. Yeah, Krasner, what do you use to make your pitch decks? I'm curious about that, actually. Have you checked out SlideEv? I'm guessing just Google Slides or something. Oh, interesting. Sounds fun. Different deck for every pitch. That makes sense. Ooh, yeah, this... So yeah, instrumentation.ts. Well, and you know what? Hold on. Okay, so realistically, I want to make this one a slide left. All right, and then instead of this, this is, what do they call it? Automatic? Maybe just at Vercel/hotel. Based on the notes that I had for that. Ooh, and yeah, I'm missing that part here. Yeah, so I want to do that before I get to the official bit. So this is actually fade out still. I don't know why I did that in that order, but whatever. All right, so then where's their thing with the example of side effects? There we go. Yeah, we wanted that open. Wait a second. Okay, yeah. So it calls register in all environments once. All right, so then the side effects part. And yeah, how you doing, Alex? What are you up to? Yeah, that's a cool emote. When did they add that one? Is that one brand new? Oh, I see. I see. So I'm guessing you guys were in Pirate Software's thing the other day? Gotcha. That makes more sense. They added it a week ago, and then, yeah, of course. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, so register globals or something. Yep. Right, so something about side effects there. Right, so this one slides left. And then, yeah. Then we get to this part. So the Vercel OTel part. I like that way. So we do Vercel OTel, the instrumentation file for it. Let me get this out of the way. All right, more water. All right, so after the instrumentation part, what did we want to call out? Right, so works on Vercel or self-hosted. I think I just want to put this in a comment. We get to that part. I guess this part with the automatic spans. So how are we wiring up to it within our code? Yeah, I guess I don't remember seeing any of those spans make it into Grafana when we were doing this. Yeah, so that is no longer available. I need to bookmark this more. Okay, so we don't see it in code there at all. Whereas I bet we see it here in Next.js. I see it in examples and docs. I don't see it anywhere here. Okay, so here's something else we can do then. We can just import it. Why not? We're working on a slide presentation. Gross. Yeah. It's in the title, isn't it? Seems to me like they don't want the source code of this to be that public. I have another thought. What if we look for the import of any of that? Okay. Maybe not. It's actually in more places than I expected, too. All right, so here we see it in tests. End-to-end OpenTelemetry. So it seems to me like server lib trace tracer okay. So then where is next tracer used? Oh ho. Okay. So they call get tracer all over the place. Okay. That's in an example. So I guess here's something I haven't done yet. And I probably need to go sign up with Grafana proper now. Which is a bummer. I'm going to have to actually pay them money. Might have to go grab my wallet. It is a good bright one. Yeah, I like this hat. Oh, so now I'm subscribed to Cloud Free. So we're actually good. I don't got to pay him a damn dime. All right. So that means we need to go fire up what we're doing with Next. And that's where this is. This is at the org level. Okay. So now, how do I get to my dashboards, I guess? Nope. That launches the Grafana.net part. Okay. That's what I was looking for. So this is the like account management part. This is the actual dashboard. That makes more sense. Cool. Hey, thanks, Thad. And yeah, how you doing? think explore is maybe what I'm looking for. Yeah, so the traces themselves. You're being pushed to management. I mean, you know, that could be fun. All right, so now let's try and load up our Next.js server, which it's doing right now, I think. Yep. Yeah, we did some logging of our instrumentation. There's the page rendering. This is the tracer itself. Right, so then span in render span. Where is that? Is that in our instrumentation node? No, that was the span that we created manually. So span is undefined here when we log it. The HTTP and Pinot auto instrumentation is not something we see. However, hold up. Yeah, if we go look at this, our hotel collector fired up and did this bit. So we saw the foo2 bar2. That's the HTTP stuff. What they're telling us is we should have also seen one of these default spans, right? So like render route. And we do. Okay. So all of these default spans, right? I just wanted to make sure the collector was getting those automatically, even if we're doing our own custom thing. Those default spans are actually everywhere. Okay. So I think that means I want to shift what I'm doing a bit here in the outline. Oh, and we're at 3 o'clock. I might want to start... I would either want to start thawing some chicken or pork. If I was going to do chicken, I'd either want to do ramen or... yeah, ramen or tacos. I don't have enough for the taco stuff right now. thinking about getting one of those like herb gardens. That way I could grow chives and like green onions and cilantro and some of that stuff like nice and fresh. Rosemary for sure. So yeah, I'm thinking about getting one of those things. Anyone have those? Right? The like the little like automatic herb garden things. I'd want one that I could maybe give like enough water that I could go out of town for a week and it would still water itself and not kill the plants. I'd also want it to do like automatic light cycle, even though technically it's all vegetative. So yeah, 24-hour light is fine. I don't think I need to kick any of it into flowering, right? Because, yeah, I don't know if y'all know that. It's actually kind of interesting. The specific light cycle, like how much light there is in a day, actually triggers flowering in a lot of plants. Which is why you see, like, towards springtime, a lot of plants actually start, like, you know, blooming and things like that. You can actually dictate in an indoor garden the triggering of flowering just by changing the light cycle. Which is kind of cool. For one very specific plant, you typically want to do the vegetative state with 24-hour light. And then for the flowering state, it's either 18 on and 6 off or 12 on and 12 off. I think I did 18-6 previously. But I don't remember. Tomatoes, absolutely. Yeah, you know. Wink. I've never seen a 100% eclipse. Yeah, 100% eclipse is very different from a, you know, 99%. What's up, Aiden? How you doing? Seems like a few people are arriving. Did Teej just finish streaming or something? Was that it? I'm always curious about where people were previously. Just formatted a hard drive. Oh, interesting. So here's the plan, or here's the thought. Do I do homemade ramen tonight? Or homemade chow mein? Chow mein. All right, so I do have to use the restroom. I should probably pour some more water while I do it. And I need to go throw some pork into some water so it can thaw in the fridge. So give me a sec. BRB. And let me just top up my water here. All right, BRB. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. What y'all up to? So yeah, chow mein tonight. That'll be good. Still can't believe the person who got all up in my grill yesterday about shrimp scampi's not a quick and easy meal. I can make spaghetti from dried sauce quicker, or powdered sauce quicker. And it's like, oh, cool, man. That was so annoying yesterday. But anyway, so we do see that render, route, fetch, a bunch of these things get auto-instrumented for us. I think API route here. Are we seeing that one come through? We could trigger it by clicking that button. Yep. Oh, but we're seeing that way back there. So wait a second. Why are we not seeing that anymore? What? Aiden, there's like a whole thing missing from your statement. Like, what thing? Am I missing a comment you already made or something? Were you talking, did you make a comment yesterday? Oh, that's right. Gotcha. Yeah, that's right. You made a comment yesterday. So you broke your hand. That's right. Oh, that's right. That's right. No, just, you know, adding a bit of context, you know, when it's been a day would be useful, but up to you. So now I'm curious, like, it said on 3:30, which was Saturday. Hold on. Let me look at this. Did that come through over here? It did. So I find it strange that that's happening. Right, we see span event, next click event. What trace is that happening on? It was a post to the server, which seems to me like that should have been an API route. So how did we get the API route the other day? Oh, so we do get executing API route just for the app. Oh. Okay. Right, because it spins up an API route when we do it. Okay. So strange to me that we don't get that when we do our click handler. That is definitely happening on the server. Let me double check one more thing then. API route Next.js. So API /star. That is pages /API though. Okay. So we want that to be dynamic every time. Right, so we'll say API foo route.ts. All right, so we do JSON stringify foobar. Application /JSON, right? All right, so we see the HTTP there. Executing API route, and then it's the path of the route. Okay. All right, so all of this auto instrumentation happens no matter what you're doing. I just wanted to verify some of that and make sure that we're getting some of those hooks. Okay, so then back to this part. When we look at what we have in the outline here, I think this is where we want to do the custom spans, or the default spans. Yeah, so this is going to be defaults. All right, so then we do this. This is going to be right, that's where we do the list of attributes. We'll make that one a slide left. I need to move this up. Next.js spans. So this is where we got to start listing some of these out. So here we go. We're going to end up getting these that we probably need to do our own custom formatting for. All right, so as we look at, oh, and I wanted this to be a dash. Ah, yeah, okay. So I think we'll leave almost all of that. We do need to escape that. And let's look at what we got in our slides so far. right? So setting up the collector config, talking about what receivers and these things actually are. Exporters, services. Ooh, where did I mess up there? Here we go. It's at the end of this one. And we did that. So we don't need that anymore here. This one should be slide left. .5 speed? Oh, we're faster than that. Come on. All right, so bam, we head there. Next.js integration. Right, warning, this is experimental. Gets called once. So defaults here applies to both Vercel OTel and a manual integration. Okay, so then we're on that part. What I want to do with these is probably just wrap them up. So yeah, here's the list of spans they provide, and this actually gets pretty verbose. I'm probably going to want to split that into 2 separate slides. Yeah, slide dev's really good. Yeah, I'd say give it a shot. Check it out. The one thing that I think could be better is if you want to do interactive stuff within it, such as buttons that get clicked or whatever, it's all view specific for that functionality. Whereas instead, it'd be really nice if there were like an Astro.js version of this, because then you could use anything you want as like the interactive bits. And that would be really cool. But still, very, very cool. 30,000 stars? Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. All right, so as we go look at some of these things. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Well, I wonder if I need to escape it. If I just simply do that. I don't think I do. I think so. I haven't used that part of it yet. But yeah, it can access like your microphone and your webcam and all that stuff. Like, yeah, it's pretty nifty. It's like a pretty good all-in-one tool. Hey, what up, cop? The Coppinger. Hell yeah. That was awesome. That was good. If you end up wanting that audio clip, let me know. There was some glitches in it, which will make it through to the recording. But, yeah. I could always try and make it go again if you want to. And hold on, did I do the big shout out? I feel like I did, but then I might have gotten distracted. Yeah, we did. Cool. So yeah, that was pretty good. I like the description. I just wish the audio were perfect. But whatever. Nothing's ever perfect. But yeah, so the Coppinger had to raid and run, which happens. What was he up to? It actually does kind of sound like a superhero's name. Exactly. For everyone joining, what we are doing is we're putting together a basic slide presentation about what OpenTelemetry is and how to integrate it with Next.js. So, doing user file uploads in Supabase for a user avatar. Interesting. So what is the process like for that? Is it just like a post request directly to their server? Is it something you need to proxy to your server and then it goes out to their server? Is it S3 based, where you're doing like a request to your server to get like a pre-signed URL? Supabase has storage, so you're probably not going to S3 directly, but is it S3 compatible? I would say that would be interesting and useful. Yeah, no, exactly, sorry, Ched. Duh. Yeah, that's literally what I asked for. Well, I mean, what was his code looking like? Right? Do you know, like, the general workflow? Like, does he call the Supabase functions from his server? Right? Like an API route? Or is it directly to Supabase? I would expect there has to be some type of server thing. So form action, got it, okay. You can do client side. So when you say you can do client side, does that still require a trip to the server to grab a pre-signed URL or pre-signed post body or whatever? Right? Because to do it purely from the client side, like, how would you know that the request is actually authenticated? Like, how do you know you have permission? No, that's completely incorrect, Premiere. If that were the case, anyone could spam you with as much data as they want. So their client-side API would then still need to have some type of request made, right? So they've got a public key. You send that public key to Supabase, and you get back a way to like send the file, or do you just send the file with the public key? They use RLS on the table for the auth. RLS. Row level security. Okay. Right. Okay. So that's still like, you have to be either authenticated. So let me put it this way. Do you have to be authenticated to do this stuff? Right? Do you need to go through Supabase auth to do so? Okay. No. You do have to be signed in? Now we're getting conflicting results. Yeah, to your account as a user of the, of Coppinger's app, not as, a Supabase user, right? Okay. So that's how they're doing some of that authentication for you, to free that up for you. No, it's fine, Premiere. Yeah, it makes sense now. Okay. So I think that works. Theoretically, there's such thing as anonymous sign-ins. Interesting. Exactly, Ched. Yeah, for sure. That's one of my primary concerns. How about for uploading? How does that work with like restricting file size and things like that? Right? I assume Supabase bills you based upon the amount of storage you're using, right? So how do you prevent someone from uploading massive files? Okay, so 50 meg max by default. One gig file storage, right? So yeah, based upon this and then money per gigabyte after, and this is way more money than you would pay AWS, right? Let me double check S3. So he's going from his app to his server, and then the server is proxying to Supabase. Oof, yeah, that's the worst. That's a terrible idea. Because then you're just basically paying for twice the bandwidth. You're paying for the data transfer to your server, and then you're paying for the data transfer from your server to Supabase. Okay, so per gigabyte, it's actually, they're basically just passing through that cost. So that's not so bad. That's pretty good. But as far as bandwidth is concerned, that could be a problem. Where is his backend hosted? And yeah, sorry, whenever I think of file uploads, I think about how it can be abused. And I am absolutely fascinated with the mechanisms of avoiding abuse. With S3, it's actually really easy because you can do the pre-signed URL or pre-signed post thing. Ooh, yeah, so... Ooh. Ooh. By the time Zod kicks in, the entire file has shipped. Where's the bandwidth cost part? Yeah, that makes sense, but... yeah, pretty gnarly. So, his server is still requiring auth, though, right? So, from his end, you still have to pass the auth phase, but a user can sign up for free, right? So nothing really prevents abuse in that case, because you could just simply create 1,000 accounts, and then with those 1,000 accounts, send terabytes worth of data. And at the Vercel level, you're paying way more for bandwidth than you would for just sending that storage data. And hold on, let me look at Supabase again. Right? So technically, if we consider bandwidth, that still gets pretty spendy. Not as bad as Vercel, though. Holy shit. Yeah, Vercel is insane. $40 per extra 100 gigabytes, whereas with Supabase it's $9. So yeah, if he wants to prevent abuse in a better way, he should absolutely not be middlemaning those requests. His server should not be accepting that file in any way. But then how do you restrict file size from the Supabase side? And you said it's 50 megs. Still doesn't prevent someone from just fanning out and sending thousands of requests of 50 megabyte files. With 1,000 users, right? That's 50,000 users at megabytes. So if we were to just do this, so it's basically, you could do 50 gigs at a time. When you say users need to be verified, they are restricted from any API access until they're verified? So they can't upload their image until they've done the verification step? No, and I still understand, right? But like, if it's a free service he's operating, automating that sign-up process is probably not hard. So then the key is making sure that a user can't do a file upload unless they've been verified as well, which I think is doable. But yeah, I'm just double checking that Nearland. Like, these are things that you need to establish if it's not done automatically for you. That's the default. Users have to be verified before they can upload. That's the default for what? You're talking about Supabase. He's middlemaning that data. So there's nothing preventing Vercel from taking that in. And Vercel is actually the more expensive bandwidth. Yeah, I think that's a huge architecture flaw. Middlemaning the upload request. For an MVP, it's probably okay. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at Nearland. The middlemanning of the request is a huge problem. So Nearland, there you go. I was asking if you get a pre-signed like URL or anything like that. So yeah, pre-signed URL, that's the move. Cool. And if 50 megabytes is the default limit, that's also useful. But again, like Vercel is not imposing the verification step. Yeah, exactly, Steeltoad. I am extremely wary of this, right? Because companies like Vercel overcharge for a shitload. So Mixed Nuts, he checks if you're signed in. Does he also have... No. Right? You're still missing it. You can be signed in without being verified. Those are separate things. And at what point does that check happen? Again, if you're middlemaning it with Vercel, all you need is the account, right? So each route form action, sure, and I get that. But here's the big thing. Here's the most important bit. You're missing an entire hole in what's being done. I, as a user who have not verified yet, log into the app and try to initiate an upload. That proxies to his SvelteKit backend that then needs to go do the permissions check with Supabase. The point at which that permissions check with Supabase happens is after the upload has happened, not before. So the entire 50 megabyte file is uploaded before the file size check happens and before the verification check happens. At least as far as I'm understanding this, which means that the most expensive bandwidth is actually to Vercel, and there is no protection on that. This is why security is important. This is why full stack developer doesn't quite mean what it's supposed to mean sometimes. Mixed nuts, but no. I mean, you can do that from the app. You can't do that from a thing like Postman or curl. So all I need to do is get the cookie, and I'm done. Yeah, using curl or Postman or any lower level HTTP request client avoids the entire restrictions you might put client side. Even secure cookies. All secure cookies do is, or not secure, sorry, all, you know what I mean, right? I forget the exact name, right? There's secure cookies, which requires HTTPS, and then there's like server-only cookies. I forget the official name for those. Those are still actually sent to curl as part of the response if you do a login request. So then you need specific like checks to prevent that. So nothing prevents a malicious attacker from getting the cookie via a curl request and then subsequent curl requests just using that cookie. Maddie, that's the way to do it. Nothing is saying you can't do that. I'm just saying from the description that people have given me, that's not how it's implemented for what the Coppinger is doing. That's the entire crux of the issue right now. He's middlemaning these things, which really opens him up to abuse. If he were not middlemaning the upload request, he has a lot more safety. Adding that middleman actually introduces a lot more surface area. Entum, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Sorry it took me so long. And again, I'm not saying how dare the Coppinger do it. I'm just pointing out that like it's something that we need to think about as software devs. For his MVP, it's probably fine. But this is why security researchers make so much money. Because they actually think about the entire process. They have to think about the entire flow in a way that entrepreneurs don't, typically. So again, I'm not saying how dare the Coppinger. I'm just more like trying to think about what y'all saw and what the implications of that are. It's about the implication. It's not that it's a problem right now, but it could in an eventual use case. So the thing, though, Nearland, is post-processing means that the data has already shipped. If that data has already shipped, you're still getting billed for that bandwidth. So as far as abusing someone's service, the bandwidth is the important part. Not even the storage at this point. The storage is much cheaper than the bandwidth. So yeah, the way SvelteKit would do it with form actions still opens you up to the problem of anyone with curl and a basic knowledge of what a form action is doing can just avoid the svelte part of things and just send it to the back end, right? You cannot trust the client because the client might not necessarily be the browser. The client could be curl. At that point, all of these other checks and balances are out the window. Not all of them. All of the ones that you would try to impose via your form action, via the front end or client side, right? Client is not necessarily the browser in this case. And that's the scary part. Anyone who's good at what they do can really mess you up. So, Svaneman, yes, there are all sorts of things you can do. There are all sorts of things you can do. I'm not saying it's impossible. What I'm saying is it's currently not set up that way, and it's actually harder to do it that way than to just use Supabase directly from the client by doing the pre-signed URL thing, right? There's all sorts of stuff we can do to fix it, but my point is that they're not being done. No, you didn't break the chat UI. We just make emotes really big. That's still fine though. Mixed nuts. Nothing prevents me from making a curl request to the auth endpoint and getting back a cookie that I can use in subsequent curl requests. So anything happening in the browser doesn't matter to an actual good attacker. And if a user can sign up for free, there is no moat. There is nothing separating a user from just spamming and creating 1,000 accounts. So yeah. Again, I'm not saying that he's a bad person for doing it. I'm just thinking from the attacker's perspective. Which is why you will never see me middleman an upload. Nah, not gonna happen. Right? Like, you upload to my server and then it uploads to somewhere else? No, you're paying twice as much for the bandwidth as you need to. Data into S3 is free as well, so that bandwidth is good to go. Vercel and I'm pretty sure Supabase don't actually have the inbound data is free stipulation, from what I can tell. Maybe they do say it somewhere, but they're not saying it here. So yeah, in my case, I would just wire up directly to S3. Problem solved, because inbound data is free, then I'm only getting billed for the storage, and I can set up all sorts of nice things via pre-signed URL or pre-signed post, such as file size restrictions, etc. I can do my auth check when generating the pre-signed URL or pre-signed post. That's actually the only way you should ever be doing file uploads at this point. Pre-signed URL or pre-signed post. But if he's just trying to do an MVP, he can do that part later. I would say he's not ready for product hunt without the pre-signed URL or pre-signed post. But yeah, you know how I said 5 o'clock? It's basically 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock in Colorado right now, right? So I think that counts. let's make a lemonade. But yeah, I just mainly wanted to get y'all thinking in terms of, you know, when doing file uploads, really think about how it could be abused. There you go as well, yeah. Entom? Yeah. For the most part, you should definitely never accept like gzipped data from the user that you're gonna decompress. If they're just uploading gzip data and you leave it gzipped, you're good. But you don't ever want to try and expand data that someone sent you zipped, because there's the idea of a zip bomb. So 42.zip is a zip file consisting of 42 kilobytes of compressed data. However, it contains 5 layers of nested zip files in sets of 16, each bottom layer containing a 4.3 gigabyte file for a total of 4.5 petabytes. Nobody has a computer that's able to actually decompress that. Right? In RAM. Yeah. So yeah, never accept zipped data from an untrusted source. Oh yeah, it's gnarly. It is. Yeah, it's almost as big as a node modules folder. That's a tweet. That's a tweet. I'm tweeting that right now. I'm going to frame it as if today I learned. Just because it's, you know, I think it's a better tweet context. I've known about it for years now. But I think as far as the tweet context goes, I'll just say today I learned about zip bombs. Yeah, I forgot about that part. Sure. Yeah, I think it's fine. That's a solid tweet. Oh, wait, what? What did I do? What did I mess up? I mean, I can edit it still. What do I gotta fix? Do I have a typo? Sure. Yeah, that's a good point, right? A little bit of brevity would have helped. Sure. Oh. Sure. No, that's a great backseat tweet. Yeah, a little bit of brevity makes it read better. I'm into it. I'll reply to it. Thanks, Albeetum. I appreciate you. Contact forums, sending an email directly. Yeah, those can be, not ideal. So yeah, good stuff. Oh, sorry, Chilpine. 1 second. They thought you were doing a link. My bad. So yeah, today you learned... Oh, you did the same little, like, space? Nice. And yeah, no worries, Fane. Thank you. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah. Nah, the space helps. Yeah, are there others like 41.zip and 43.zip? I'm sure there's all sorts of like implementations of it. All right, so for everyone joining, the thing we're working on is actually a slide presentation. So again, remember, mixed nuts. If you're trying to parse it client side to assume that it's trusted or not, again, the client is not always a browser. A client could be curl. So it doesn't matter what you do if someone wants to be malicious. Now, as far as a log to parse, like that log file is just text, right? Egress costs? I don't know. Yeah, so at that point, mixed nuts, you're good. Yeah, you don't need to worry about that part then. Because the log file itself is not compressed, so you would never actually run decompression on it, so you don't need to worry about the zip bomb itself. But you do need to have some type of file size restriction. And the key to that file size restriction would be either adding some kind of middleware that prevents you from parsing beyond the file size you care about, or you implement pre-signed post from AWS, or pre-signed URL with AWS Signature v4. That's also why I'm not a big fan of these like S3 compatible providers, because many of them don't actually implement AWS Signature v4. And that's the only place where the file size restriction can be done. If you're using v3 or v2, I think is super old, but if you're using any of those, you can't actually restrict the file size ahead of time. So Backblaze, I think even Cloudflare and a bunch of the others, they're not AWS Signature v4 yet, which I think is actually a liability and a problem. And I'm not trying to point out that I'm some massive security expert. These are just things that, right? The file upload problem is a thing I've thought about a lot. Right? And I've implemented my own file uploads via S3 so many times that it's not difficult for me. Upload thing doesn't make sense for me. Right? So, yeah, like if you've never done pre-signed post or pre-signed URL AWS Signature v3 or v4, sorry, then something like upload thing makes a lot of sense. So I think that's the biggest bit, right? Me, I can do anything I want. Not really, right? There's plenty I can't do. But I think the amount of things I already have practice with make it to where I don't understand the problems that people without that practice would have. Which means there's probably a whole host of like startup ideas that I'm just missing, based upon already knowing how to solve some of those problems. Oh, mixed nuts. Well then, yeah, if you could do it front end, right? If you just need to parse it and display something from the log file, there's no reason to involve your server anyway. Yeah, I would say if you can do it client-side, you should do it client-side. Right? Then it's not tying up any of your compute for your server, right? That way it's not tying up any bandwidth for your server. You just parse it and then send through to your backend the data that you cared about. Ooh, yeah, Maddie. The way that works is everything goes to their S3 bucket. So they're able to set that up with Cloudflare nice and easy. I think it's a great idea. It's a really good business idea. It's solving a problem for beginners that beginners have, or people that just haven't done that part yet. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's actually like a really good business idea. I know plenty of like senior devs that shit on the idea of upload thing, but it's because they're actually blinded to the fact that it's not as straightforward to do as you would think. No. I'm not saying it's necessarily that easy, but it means that like what they had to do is easier than if they were trying to do it for other people's buckets, right? I think that's the big thing. So what they did is the easier version. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's easier than generic arbitrary bucket support. Again, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how I'd do it. I've never even tried to do that. So, no idea. And if Mark, Theo's like CTO, needed to hit up Cloudflare engineers for it, you can bet your ass it was a hard thing to do. I'm just saying it would be even harder to support arbitrary buckets instead of their own. But yeah, that is really like a big thing, right? Just like there's the phrase like, you don't know what you don't know. Senior devs very quickly forget what they didn't know. And I'm not saying that's a problem with senior devs. I'm just saying it's actually like fundamental to like how knowledge works. Can you imagine a time in your life when you didn't understand addition? I'm not saying when you did addition wrong. I'm saying when you just didn't understand the fundamental concept. There was a time in your life, for sure. But yeah, once you learn it, you can no longer rationalize to your brain not understanding it. And there are all sorts of things like that in the world. Right? If you want to go deeper and say multiplication, sure. Or what a square root is, sure. It's really hard to then really put yourself back in the shoes of the person that didn't understand it. Oh, I would bet money they're not SOC 2 compliant. Now, SOC 2 compliance, yeah, I don't think they advertise or say they are SOC 2 compliant. I would be really, really surprised if they are. Yeah, I don't think they mention SOC 2 compliance anywhere. It might be on the roadmap, actually. Yeah, no, I don't think SOC 2 compliance is even on their roadmap at the moment. For that to be on their roadmap, I think they would have to have like an enterprise version of their license or version of their whatever that allows you to actually do stuff on your own S3 bucket. That would be like the bare minimum. And then at that point, then SOC 2 might be somewhat doable, but I think that would end up falling on the enterprise rather than upload thing. Upload thing might just have to like add some extra logging that they could proxy to the enterprise to like be part of their SOC 2 compliance like checklist. I would assume they're using S3 encryption at rest, for sure. But a big part of SOC 2 compliance is actually like auditability of who has uploaded what and when. And if it's all in the same bucket, there's no way you're going to give that to one client, right? Because you'd have to actually give every request to that bucket. And you'd be leaking logs all over the place. Like, yeah. So I think the bottleneck or the roadblock for them is supporting enterprise like owned S3 buckets instead. Again, I could be wrong. This is just me thinking out loud. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff to know. And that's really what, I don't know, like being a senior actually means. It doesn't mean you know everything, but you've been exposed to some of these things just over the course of building enough. Things that you wouldn't hit doing, side projects or only getting bug fix tickets or, things like that. But yeah, this is kind of cool. I didn't know they had the roadmap like published like that. That's cool. But yeah, I mean, if we do a search, SOC 2, yeah, definitely outside of scope right now. And I'm not saying it needs to be in scope, but at least it's worth recognizing. Ooh, and hold on, right? Their open source release. Linking to the YouTube videos, smart, good call. I would say if you were going to host it yourself, you might be able to get the SOC 2 compliance yourself as well. All right, so yeah, that was a good little sidetrack. I enjoy those. What we need to keep doing, though, is working on our slides for this, like, OpenTelemetry Next.js presentation. For the most part, I need to put this together for Highlight.io, but I also think it would be really cool as a conference talk, right? Hey, I'm presenting at... I'm not presenting at, but what if I'm presenting at JS Nation? Becomes really useful. What if I'm presenting at React Summit? Becomes really useful. So yeah, I think if we get this set up right, I will definitely submit this as a presentation to other talks or to conferences and stuff. I wonder if I could talk the Highlight guys into like a bounty for getting accepted for some of these things. That would be pretty cool. Ooh. Ah, damn. Okay. Oy. I'm considering a new credit card here soon, just for like better rewards. And Capital One just sent me an offer for the Savor One, which is 3% cash back on dining in grocery stores, but doesn't include superstores. Whereas the Costco card is, I think, either 2 or 3%. I think it's 2% on Costco purchases. 4% on Costco gas. So, yeah. That adds up quick. I don't know if you know it. All right? Make sure you get yourself a credit card that does cash back or whatever. When you say the 2.5% surcharge, what surcharge are you talking about? I'd have to look at my Costco receipts. I don't think they do the surcharge anymore. I know before it used to be... Pretty sure before it used to be like debit only or whatever. I wasn't aware that they're still doing the surcharge. I don't know. I'm going to have to double check that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to look into that, iReal. I forgot all about that. Huh. Your Amazon Chase gives 5% cash back? I'm guessing like only on Amazon purchases, but that's pretty solid. That's actually really good. Okay. Yeah, that sounds amazing. Note to self. I'm going to have to really pick because you don't want to open up like 3 at the same time because then you're just tanking your credit score. But I am due for like a new one. Oh, damn. Oh, that's really good. Oh. Yeah, my main card that I use is only 1.5. Huh. All right. All right. And it's through Chase, right? That's actually what my main card is through as well. That'd be worthwhile, because yeah. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Okay, 2%, that works. That's not bad. Yeah, awesome. Because I need me a new Mac Mini. If I could do that with credit card points, that's just way better. Granted, it's not as good as the ones that you could order outside of the credit card points, which is super annoying. Right? Like, you can't customize the RAM or any of that. Like, super annoying. But, whatever. But okay, so what we're doing right now is we're working on a slide presentation. New Chromecast HD, there you go. Man, I have like 2 decently sized TVs that I haven't actually plugged in or used for like 2.5 years. Oh, dude, the one I have right now, it's a 2015. Oh, man, this thing is ancient. I don't think there's any harm in showing this. Six, 16 gigs of RAM, 3 gigahertz dual-core i7, but it is actually super slow. So yeah, I'm in the market for a new one as well. I'm not sure if serial number was something I should have hidden, but whatever. Yeah, great value for the cost, for sure. Hold on. They've got the M3s now, don't they? Or are you planning on buying like a used one? Ooh, a used one would actually be a fantastic idea. I always forget about used. Oh, and yeah, they're only on M2s right now anyway, so you can't even get an M3 Mac Mini. So yeah, yep. Yeah, I mean, if I were gonna do it, I'd go for the Pro. Like, if my credit card points would allow, I would absolutely add the extra cores. I would absolutely up the RAM. I would absolutely go for 1 terabyte, and now I'm at 22 hundo. Oh, I would absolutely go for 10 gigabit. At that point, it's not something I'm gonna buy out of pocket right now. But, yeah. Like, I consider the 10 gigabit absolutely essential. I consider upping the storage absolutely essential. RAM, essential. The CPU is the only one where I'm like, I don't necessarily need it. But if you're doing all these other things, probably worth it. Because again, if I get myself a new Mac Mini, it will last me almost another 10 years, probably. We're at 9 on the one I got right now, you know? That's kind of crazy, isn't it? Yeah, like just such a fantastic deal. You know what I find interesting? They're inconsistent with whether they throw a period at the end of this second line. Oh, yeah, you can't upgrade to, like, the latest Xcode. Yeah. Yeah, at work, I'm on, like, a little mini MacBook Air. And it's totally fine. Like, I did some checks, and it is massively faster than my 2015 MacBook Pro with an actual GPU in it. As far as, like, handling Blackmagic RAW files and stuff. So that's kind of crazy. Right? This little Mac Air just kicks the shit out of my 2015 MacBook Pro that probably cost 3 times as much. No, they don't. Yeah, I'm lagging behind like one major release. And it's probably all I'll be able to do. So that is the actual thing. Like, if you want to stay as up-to-date as possible with like Mac OS updates and all that stuff, that's where they get you to, like, upgrade. Kind of the same thing with phones. They just stopped supporting, like iOS updates for older phones, even though they would still totally work. Wish they had an iPad format with full Mac OS. Ooh, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, that'd be cool, Mixed Nuts. And yeah, how you doing, Redux Saga? All right, let's do another one of these. We're probably going to call it, this will be the last one of these we do. But I don't mind doing 2. We'll probably do one later, too. But I need to, like, record some stuff for work and then start, like, editing. I'm thinking tonight on gaming stream, it'll actually be, like, co-working stream. At least for a little bit. It'll be cooking stream and then co-working stream. But yeah, what are you up to, Redux Saga? And, Coincidence. Ooh, that's a good name. Sorry it took me a while to recognize it. What a coincidence. Oh, yeah, that's super good. I really like that name. No, I'm not at the moment. I just think, the iOS App Store publishing experience fucking sucks. It's just so annoying. Physical and physical digital world. Oh wait, really, iReal? I didn't know that part. Yeah, just like the BS around the stores is super annoying. If I wanted to make it work, I would definitely do it in a way that I could publish a web app instead, and then just let people install the PWA. I need to. It's already in React Native. I just need to make that React Native experience scale, right? I need to make it work on the web. Yeah, a lot of that stuff is meh. It's more about like the rigmarole. I think technically I missed a phone call from Google for them to verify my business. And because I missed that phone call, they denied my ability to like publish it. No, they've actually improved it, Mez. Yeah, they've actually improved that. Technically, any PWA you install has to use Safari, but that's about it. So even if you're on Firefox, and even if I think they're allowing you to do the Firefox binary rather than just a wrapper around Safari, the PWA you install is still Safari. Yeah, I think the biggest thing, Preston, is like that meal app. While I think it could be a business, I think it could be useful, and there's actually times where I've thought it would be incredibly useful just in the past year or so. I still don't think it's actually like a moneymaker. And I think some of these other businesses that I have as ideas are better businesses. So, Vexilla, I think has far more potential for profitability. I think Walter has the most potential for profitability. I need to get those two properly launched before I'll even consider going back to MealAction. So it's more about like, you can only work on so much. I have to prioritize the things that I think could make me enough money to then work on things that don't. I think that's the biggest thing about it. So I love the idea of MealAction. I love it so much. I think it's a really, really good app idea, but I don't think the profitability of it would justify prioritizing it over anything else. I mean, here's a big part of it, iReal. Vexilla is a thing I need myself because I'm cheap and I don't want to pay for some service for basically every other app I have that I might want to do feature flagging on. I think Walter is also a service that I need and want for other things I want to build. So really, like, those products are actually like gatekeepers to projects I want to do anyway, which I think even more enhances how valuable it is. So Paul, we're not going to necessarily help you with anything, but there are websites for remote postings, such as Remote OK, or We Work Remotely, or FlexJobs. There you go. Technically, the fact that you didn't Google and find those things yourself, that's a bit of a red flag. All right, so we did fetch, we did executing API route. Let's look at what this slide's already looking like. Oop, I forgot to save it. That's already getting kind of verbose. Adding those other two would probably be a bit much. So instead, let's add them as a separate slide. Yeah, I mean, Paul, you should definitely be checking the links I just provided. Those are better than the Discord channel. So hold on, get server-side props and get static props. Are those still a thing in Next.js app router? Or are those only pages router? Anyone here more experienced with Next.js than I am? It is just pages router, right? It doesn't exist in app router, correct? So I might want to split these out into common and app router specific. And I really feel like that would be useful for them to like make more obvious as well. All right, so generate metadata, that's for both. Oh, and hold on. So you've been building a recruiting platform. Do I have any idea about this AI matching engine? How can you start? I have no idea. Yeah, not sure. Sorry, Redux. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I don't think the span type is actually necessary. All right, so now if we look at what we got there, right, specific attributes. Yeah, I probably want to set like a max width for a few of these things. But okay, so we got the spans in there as far as our outline goes. All right, so now looking at what we got, right? Vercel Hotel, Edge runtime compatible. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I want to grab this part. This one is slide left. Oh. Yeah, I messed that up. right? So a custom span. You saw this part. Cool. So general semantic attributes, what does that mean? Ooh, resource semantic conventions. I don't think I've seen these yet. Interesting. Okay. What about for feature flagging? What are those? Feature flag. Aha. So this would be really useful in... Yeah, in wiring up Vexilla to it, we should follow these constraints. Okay. Right, so it would be the key, the provider name. That would be Vexilla here. And then the variant or value that it was would make sense too. Okay. So yeah, I definitely need to add that to what we're doing with Vexilla here soon. But we can wait on that. So if I look at my outline here, we've basically done everything we kind of needed for the Vercel Hotel part. Now we need to dig into, right, we actually did custom spans here after default. But then, yeah, if we want to manually wire up things, that's the next step. All right, and what do they call that in the Next.js docs? All right, so then manual configuration. All right, so that is not Edge runtime compatible. So yeah, we do our own instrumentation TS file here. Hey, whoever that was over on YouTube, thank you for the like. Appreciate you. Welcome. All right, so then this is instrumentation.node.ts. We'll grab their example for it. I think I might want to call out some of the stuff with the automatic instrumentation, not necessarily working as you would expect it to. Let me double check what we got here. Right, so config. I think we might want to call out the dev environment separate from these things. And that might be part of it. Yeah, so the next hotel verbose probably should have been set. Okay, yep. So we got to call that out after the spans part. Okay, so give me a sec. I got to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Okay. And hey, what up, MJ Builds, Mr. Sir? What you up to? Yeah, I like the progress so far. All right, so here we go. Dev environment. This is Docker Compose based. In addition to collector. Oop. Right, what all does it spin up over there? I might have closed it. Whoops. But yeah, what's everyone up to? Like, yeah. Let me know. This is a great moment. Perfect time for it. So real quick, someone over on YouTube is asking, they live in Bangladesh due to their family's financial situation. They won't be able to do university. They're asking if it's possible to self-learn or learn through YouTube, and are there any good paid courses? So first, there's Free Code Camp. I would say try and work through that as much as you can, Abdur. It's not towards the Android app stuff that you're looking for, but I think web dev is one of the best ways to get started because it works right there in your browser. So you don't need an Android device. You don't need a really beefy computer to run some IDE. It can all just work in your browser. Once you've figured out web dev, then you can branch out to other things. And that's my opinion, but that's what you asked for. After that, yeah, there are paid courses, but getting through Free Code Camp is free. Once you put in that effort, you should have a lot more capability to find, other learning as well. All right, so I forget what Jaeger actually is. Technically, I remember what Jägermeister is. I'll never be able to forget. In fact, just saying that conjures the taste of vomit in my mouth a little bit. Yeah, exactly. If you use it right, you shouldn't be able to remember anything. There you go. That's a good way of putting that. You're not wrong. Can or cannot confirm. You can't remember. Yeah, duh. All right, so now if we go to Node SDK, OpenTelemetry, Cool. So now we'll grab a screenshot of that. Let's go save that. And so you live almost in the city, like it's really close. And you did some stuff for them back in the day because it's a super tiny family company that they managed to somehow spread their product worldwide. They don't have many employees. That's actually really cool. And hold on. Yeah. I asked what people are doing, and I'm curious. So Nasreddin is doing Microsoft Intune mobile device management. Okay. And that's for like company provided like cell phones and stuff? And Dr. Dumenberg's just chilling. Nice. Ooh. Building your first compiler for fun? Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, that sounds fun. Are you doing the Lexer or just straight to the compiler? I've heard people say that the Lexer isn't necessary, but I don't know. No idea. So yeah, real quick, I wanted to share this. Finite Singularity mentions that it's pretty easy to determine if it's one of the many zip bombs that exist. It's possible that there's some way to make one that hasn't been made, but if you're just using an existing zip bomb, then it can be identified pretty well, I bet. But then you need to know ahead of time what the upper bound So yeah, cool. Yeah, I did not know about any auto detection of zip bombs. All I've heard about is like you allocate X amount of RAM, and if it overflows that RAM, then you kill it. I wonder if it's related to some kind of like compression ratio, right? So at 42 kilobytes, if you go beyond, I don't know, like a compression of 90%, then you know you're way above. So yeah, like 100 times the size of the thing you're doing is like a good upper bound. But yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's interesting to me. And Mr. Nevada, thank you for the follow. Welcome. What you up to? So yeah, Pixels, thank you so much for that Prime sub. I forgot to say, Pixels, if you're still out there and you want that audio clip, all you got to do is message me on Discord and I'll send you that audio clip. Like, no problem. It's got to be over on Discord because it's the easiest way to send a file, though. Oh, so Lid, interesting. So you did straight ASM compilation. So you actually know how to write ASM, or assembly, for anyone unaware. You're writing the parser right now, and trying to figure things out, because you'll learn more that way, rather than just following some tutorial, sure. Otherwise, you'd just follow a tutorial and build a lexer and a parser and so on, doing an intermediate representation. But yeah, you'd just be copying other people's code and not learning. So yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Yeah, that sounds fun. But okay, so I need to save that file somewhere. Yeah, I've never implemented a compiler myself, so I have no idea. It's a little too low level for me to care. I'm sure once I started doing it, I'd be stoked on it. Real-time operating system course. I'm curious, what does that actually entail? So you had to make a scheduler, a context switcher, and cross-thread communication protocol. Interesting. And when you say cross-thread, is it actually threading, or is it more like a process where you have to do like full like serialization between it, right? So like full-on message passing. Or is it like threading where you can share RAM? Yeah, I'm quite curious about that. Right. What I'm getting at, though, is are you exposing access to the same RAM to the other thread? Or are you passing messages between them? Okay. Because I guess with real-time operating systems, you're at such a low level that it basically has to work that way, just for performance reasons. Oh, okay, hold on. Sure. Okay, got it. Wow, that sounds fun. Ooh, okay. Wow, why is that image so bright? Yeah, that seems weird. All right, so we need some styling to prevent images from getting too big. I might need to restart the server after creating that file. Oh, that was the wrong one anyway. FPGA boards are pretty cheap. Okay. What does the Female Professional Golfers Association have to do with this? But it... Wait, so what's the deal? because they did that, huh? Heyo. All right, yeah, that works for me. Where's that background coming from? Because I feel like I want to fix that. Implementing processors and things that have no right to be processors is like an international tradition. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's the good stuff. Right, hold on. CSS as a backend. This part's scary enough, for sure. But that's not the reason I did this. I just wanted to make sure I quoted this properly. This is the image. The deep abiding goal of every engineer is to take a thing and make it do a thing that it wasn't supposed to do. Imagine changing a tire with the Hubble telescope. Doesn't exactly work out, does it? Well, how awesome would it feel if you managed to do it? And that's what this person was after. So hold on. It's about a comic from SMBC Comics. Hold on. Here we go. Who do you think the greatest engineers are? Quantum computer architects. Why? What is the motivating spirit of engineers? Building things? Wrong. The deep abiding goal, right? We read that part. Who are the venerated engineers? People who get doomed to run on a washing machine. Who modify a phone to detect radiation. Hell, you know what a digital computer is, right? It's the guts of a cash register rearranged into logic gates. And what are quantum computer geeks doing? They are running scripts on God's own hardware, seizing on the uncanny fundamental nature of reality so they can hack email. I mean, we could run Doom on the universe. Amen. All right, that's a solid comic right there. Nailed it. All right, so looking at what we've got here in our notes, we got the dev environment set up. We got the support for logs not going to be here as part of the app. So serverless concerns versus running a server. Yeah, exactly. We should probably just make sure it's safe. Otherwise, we end up in Doom. All right. Yeah, possibly they're tufels. We'll see. We'll see. So, yeah, I guess one more thing I want to shout out. We've got auto instrumentation mentioned over here in OTel, right? Yeah. So maybe we're pretty good on it. Let's do like a run through of the slides first. Right? We're not going to do like the full talk or anything, but yeah, custom integration, Next.js and OpenTelemetry. Probably want to come up with a better title, right? What was the name I gave it? OTel Show and Tell. I like that for a title for sure. All right, so OTel Show and Tell, Next.js plus OpenTelemetry. About me, socials, seeing a pattern, Twitch, screenshot of stream, YouTube, intro, what we will cover. Right, so what is OpenTelemetry? Setting up a collector, the server setup. I think client setup is less important. Yeah, so I think at this point, we've got that. I think... right, serverless / edge. So Cloudflare's wait until method. 3 a.m.? Yeah, no worries, Twofuls. Have a good night. See you again soon. All right, so then... if you want to support the Vercel edge, yeah, we'll make this slide left. And I guess here's another thing. Where is... yeah, we've got a few too many of these open. Where do we see wait until? Ooh, and that's interesting. So they define it on the context there. That's where that wait until finished function was used. Oh, okay. And that's where this with highlight function is actually returned out. Interesting. So I want to double check their docs. And actually, hold on. Highlight.io Next.js. Yep. So then you'd wrap your edge function with edge highlight. Yep. And how about validation? Okay. Cool. So, yeah, I think the way we want to structure this part is a little trickier to me. Right, so the Vercel edge is Cloudflare under the hood, for now at least. Wait until is needed. Sure. Oop. And I want to provide maybe just the docs to that. And I think I actually want to ask over in their Discord. Oh, not just Vercel Cloudflare. All right, so figured I'd throw that out there. No big deal. And they will respond as they need to. But yeah, so wait until is needed. We passed the link for that. I think that is the Next.js specific things. And then from there, this is where we create a new slide. This is going to be missing.md. Right, client-side tracing. Which is still experimental. Where did we see the client-side tracing bit? That was in OpenTelemetry, right? Maybe not. Oh, no, it was over on the GitHub, which I have since lost. So the JS SDK, we had here, and I think they had a section about client-side stuff. All right, so yeah, some of the other stuff we're missing then. So client setup. All right, scaling the collector. All right, so we're gonna say this becomes slide left. And then highlight.md here. How does highlight help? All right, so one big way that highlight helps is less boilerplate. Right, they have their own collector. Right, so that would be an image of a code comparison. Right, highlight IO collector. Ah, so collector's not on that page. So yeah, I know I found the collector in their source code at one point. Where did I find that, though? Interesting. Yeah, I know we found it at one point. It's something like their default collector URL. I don't remember where that was now, though. Yeah, thanks, Revenge. So that's their collector.yaml. Yeah, no worries, Revenge. I'll probably be over on gaming stream by the time you get back. Not sure if I'm actually gaming tonight, but instead, I probably got some work to do. I did miss a follow. What up, Khalil? How you doing? Yeah, it was something like default URL. Yeah, there it is. Not positive if they want this shouted out, but we can add it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm going to be cooking it first. So I'm going to cook some chow mein tonight. Some pork chow mein. I'd like to learn how to make some good, shashu at some point. For, ramen. That means I gotta, learn how to cook pork belly properly and all that. So that'll be some effort. Oh, hey. Albie. Thank you for joining the Vexilla server. was wondering why I got a notification for that. Oh, cooking's great. Yeah, for sure. I like cooking. I don't like washing dishes, though. And that's the part I'm not a big fan of. I love eating. Yeah, there you go. And hold on, Albetum, was that you that just joined the Vexilla server? Cool, man. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we need to get back to that real soon. Man, their docs are really, really thorough, like really deep. I like their docs. GIF or video of session. Okay. I'd say we're pretty good on the slides. I just got to get those into the top level slides now. And what up, X Factor? How you doing? So yeah, collector, next. Missing and highlight. And I'm not sure outro actually even makes sense. But it works. Okay. Whew. So yeah, I'd say we're at a really good point to... Oh, I didn't want to do that. I think we're at a good point to call it for the day. When, you know, I'll be taking tomorrow off for like a full-on work day. I got a lot of like recording and editing to do. Blog post writing, etc. So Thursday, when we're back here on this stream, I'll be on gaming stream tomorrow for co-working. But on Thursday, when we're back on this stream, we're going to do a real quick little bit of like polishing up what we got. And then we're going to do a couple like, you know, just real quick trial attempts at recording the video, which will help us figure out like what's missing and what's not. Once we figured out what all needs to be, and like not like the full video, but a video in front of these slides. Once we have that video in front of these slides, then I'll end up working on like the blog post, and then once those things are kind of approved, go through and do like the big proper recording of it. But at least like talking through the slides will help give me a feel for like how long this video might actually be and some of that stuff. So yeah, I think we're at a good stopping point for today. It does mean that we need to think about what we do on Thursday after we get the recording done. I don't know if I want to do the blog post in front of y'all. Right, that gets really boring. And it'd be basically just me typing out a lot of this other stuff. But yeah, so maybe Thursday we pivot back to some Vexilla stuff. And it's been long enough since we've done some Vexilla stuff that I don't even know what part we're kind of leaving off on. I think realistically, we need to update some more stuff for the OCaml. We probably need to add some more stuff to the marketing site or docs site. And then, yeah, sometime probably off stream, I need to get SDKs published up. Once we get SDKs published up, I might be able to do some like sessions with people who want to use Vexilla. But maybe eventually we pivot back to Walter at some point. We haven't touched Walter in a while, so yeah, there's going to be a bit to do there. So yeah, all right, sounds good. Boy, tweaked my back a little bit. That's fun. Who should we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Oh, do we have a chance to finally raid YK? I think we do. Yes, we do. We're going to go raid YK. Awesome. Yeah, he's raided us so many times. He's such a cool dude. He's an hour and 20 minutes in. I think he's got about 40 minutes left-ish. We'll see. We'll find out. Thank you all for hanging out. We had a really good day. We made a lot of progress. And I think, yeah, as far as slides go, we're pretty good. We just got to figure out what the timing of it is. So that'll be fun. And hey, let's listen to this. That was legit. Thank you, MJ. That was really awesome. We're going to go raid on in. I'm going to pause the music. I'm going to end the YouTube stream, and thank you all for chilling. I'll see some of y'all on gaming here soon and gaming tomorrow, and then the rest of y'all on Thursday. Later.